Wait for it. Still waiting. And we're live. Okay. What's up, chat? We're live. And we're gonna finish this knock sensor job today. I did a part 2 yesterday after the first stream, but it was a members only stream. If you don't want to check that out, much appreciated. Got a lot of members only content. Got some shorts, some funny shorts. Yeah, I'll check that out if y'all interested. But today, we'll get the job done today, hopefully. But today, sorry about that. We'll be replacing this gasket, also this gasket, the 2 knock sensors. One is right there. The other one is, you can hardly see it, but it's right underneath here. And we did get, in the second stream I showed there was a whole bunch of buildup of coolant down in here. And that's what had caused the knock sensors to fail, because it was stacked up pretty high. Nasty stuff. And then also on the second stream, I had to remove this because the gasket goes till under on both sides. So this is able to pull free. I left this though so I could show y'all in the stream the replacement and everything. And then also to get this part off, we had to remove the motor mount bracket, because it was sitting right on top right here holding this down, but now it's free. So didn't really do too much. The motor mount bracket was just the motor mount bolt right here. Slide that out and take these 2 out. And I did use an impact. They were on there pretty tight because they're very long bolts. Let me see if I can show y'all real quick. Yeah, so I would recommend using an impact and bolts like this just to take them out, not to put them in. Uncommon Woman, what's going on? How you doing today? But yeah, I'll set the tripod up and we'll get to going. A lot of stuff, but putting it back together is easier than taking it apart. Thank you, Uncommon Woman. Y'all hit that like button, subscribe button. Much appreciated. Look at all the parts. We got this, all these bolts. Hopefully I remember everything. We got the upper intake with the throttle body attached right there. And what else was hard to get to? Let me see. This was the wiper motor. This was kind of a pain to get to because the wipers were stuck on one side wiper. So I put it down with a hammer. And these were this is, oh, I'm showing y'all the wrong thing. This and this. Yeah. And the wipers. Well, anyways, let me get everything set up. Got my tripod. See how much we can do today. Y'all just bear with me. I'm just gonna set everything up. Probably get to working on this in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just get all my tools and all the parts together so I don't confuse anything. But the hard part is done. The hard part is done. I wish I had one of them little tripods I could like hang on the hood. You know what I mean? So y'all can get like a straight down view. But for all of y'all that did just join, we're gonna be replacing these knock sensors. There's 2 of them down here. We're gonna replace the knock sensor harness, these 2 gaskets. You know, usually if it was my car, but they don't look bad anyways, but I would have done the valve cover gaskets one time, you know, but can't spend too much money here, and they're not leaking or anything, so it should be good. All right, y'all, let me get all my tools ready, and we will be back. Who was that pinned the comment? Juan Antonio. Juan, what's going on, Juan? Also, yo, doing this job, we'll need some extra antifreeze, because it shouldn't be more than a bottle. Not that much poured out from the throttle body, and then this piece right here, when you remove this piece, some will come out the ports on the top, but it's not too much, so one of these should do, and I would get the same one. You don't got to get the peak, but get it specifically for this vehicle. I usually get the peak because it's better. And it's really not that much. It's only $20. Actually, I got it for less because I shop at Advanced and I get those speed perks. Adam. What's going on, Adam? We'll get to work here pretty soon. Maybe if I put y'all on the side. Oh yeah, you can see more. You can definitely see more on the side. It's just that strut is kind of in the way. Let me see something. Lower this down a little bit. See here. Y'all let me know if that's a better view there. Okay, first what we're gonna do, hopefully y'all can see properly. We're gonna get these gaskets off, these 2 gaskets here, and then we'll work on the 2 knock sensors down here. and the knock sensor harness. The knock sensors don't look too difficult. You know, they look like two 12mm bolts. That's it. So what do we need here? All right, give me a second, y'all. No, we gotta put on the doctor's gloves today. Sliced my finger up yesterday. Okay, so the knock sensor harness is pretty easy to access, actually. I thought it would have been a little more difficult. It is pretty easy. Alright, so we're gonna be careful with this hose because it is connected to this piece when we pull it up. Get this harness a little bit out the way, a little bit, and I'm gonna pull up on this end. It is sitting in two longer studs, so you gotta pull up quite a bit, but just be careful. You don't want to crack the hose in the middle. We should be able to get this out. Yep. See if the camera can see. That's one of the old gaskets, rear end. Tell, seen better days. Front one out. Shouldn't be too hard. Maybe a little stuck on there. Nah. If you got to get a flathead in there and pry it out a little bit, you might have to. Okay. There's gasket number 2. And make sure you cover these ports here where I'm putting my finger. And there's 1, 2, 3. I just stuffed some paper towels down in there. Cover those ports so no debris falls inside. And I did get a vacuum also on the second live stream I did. And I vacuumed out all the dirt and debris around it just in case. But what I'm gonna do now is clean the surface with a wire brush and get all the old gasket residue off of it. Hopefully it makes sense. Who's beeping? Who's beeping at this hour? Crazy. Just trying to get all this old residue off. So the new gasket seats properly. And I'll hit it with the vacuum cleaner one more time before we put the new gasket on. Like I was saying in the last stream, just take some extra caution around all these hoses and wires. You don't want to break anything. Who said that? Better view. Rah, what's going on, man? You on early, you get that rat nest. Yeah, that nest is out of there. I gotta post that short for everybody to see. That was nasty. Some nasty stuff. All right, I'm gonna clean this front side off. Nasty stuff. We always talk about, actually me and Raw that's in the chat, we always talk about, why do they make cars like this? Like, we know they can make a car that's very simple, very reliable. It's been what, 100-something years that they had cars? It's been so long. And we still got the same motors. Same motors. Everything always goes bad. Crazy work, if you ask me. But if you ask the people making that money, they'll say something different. Definitely tell you something different. All right, I'm gonna go inside real quick and grab some paper towels. It is crazy work. He said they're still learning. They gotta. Oh, Cameron Edwards, what's going on? I'll be back real quick. Hey, back up in here. I'm just gonna spray it off with some cleaner, wipe everything down, then get the vacuum in there. Oh, thank you for the floating heart, bright and early. Dirty stuff. This is the reason I cleaned the engine before working on it. Ben Hilton. Shout out to Ben cleaning that engine. Sweet X something soaps. Shout out to Sweet X something soaps. Check that page out. Sell you some good soaps. Your hands will be squeaky clean. You already know. You want them clean hands? Check out Sweet X something soaps. Better than that pink stuff, yeah. That pink stuff was nasty. Nasty. Okay. This should be okay right there. Let me see if I have my scraper. Do have my scraper, but look at the blade, and I don't think I have any extra blades, but I think I could do it. Get whatever little residue is on there. Maybe I got something else. Good old trusty dusty razor blade. Now watch out for that tetanus. But I heard that's not true though. I heard you get tetanus from like dirt. Dirt. I'm just trying to chip down any raised edges where the gasket will sit. You know, you can't come this far and have it leak. It came a long ways. Definitely came a long ways. All right, look pretty cleaned up. I'm gonna go set up that shop vac real quick. Hit it with the shop vac one more time, and seep into the scratches. What block oil is gonna seep into the scratches? Nah, I didn't dig down too hard on it. It's all good. 184. I just got the very raised edges of it. Yeah. What block is that? It is. Hey. VVTI V6 3.3. Yeah, it's a V6 on the Lexus. All right, let me hook up this shop vac, yo. BRB. Who is that? 1884. What car is it? It's a Lexus RX 330. Have no fear. The vacuum is here. Okay. All right, let me get the new gaskets. all y'all in the chat there, this is the gasket set. Comes with this for the upper manifold. It's for the two that I just took off, those two black ones. And then there is this little one, which would be for this right here. But yeah, let's get to it. Future reference, that is the part number of this, if anybody cares. Alright, so the rear gasket is a little different. This rear gasket, this one will go here. This is a little different shape than the front, so you can't really mix them up. I'll show y'all. A Ford, Jimmy, a Lexus. See, this got this more of a raised, these double bolt holes right here. So this is for the rear, this is for the front. Just in that orientation, just like that. Drop it right down on in there. Everything will be okay. All right, one done. Okay. Yeah, if y'all do enjoy it, hit that like button. You know, I stream me working on vehicles a little more often. But I mainly do stream carpentry work, but we do build sheds. If y'all want to check out that page, or my page, you can see, you be having fun building them sheds. Perfect fit. Fitment is perfect. Okay. Yeah. Let's try to get today's stream to 100 likes. Yesterday, I think we had about 80 something. 80 something likes. Sassafras 442. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, y'all, we're gonna leave this up for now so I could get these knock sensors out. And after I get the knock sensors out, I'll replace the harness as well. It looks to me, looks like it's just a 12 millimeter, honestly. We'll get it. See if we can get this down in here. And we can. Great. Okay, let me get a little extension so I get some leverage. This is how I make my extension for the 1/4 inch ratchet. You just push this over the top. Works out well. Could definitely get that leverage. All right, got the first nut broken free on the front knock sensor. Don't lose my ratchet here. Get back my ratchet. Oh, let me put on these gloves. Every time I take a pair off, I gotta put a pair on. Y'all remind me in the chat so I don't mess my hands up. Oh, see, put on some gloves. Always an issue. I done had the more expensive like mechanic gloves and everything. I don't really like them. Can't really feel nothing. Can't feel nothing. Then plus, if they get soaked with oil or something, it's not a fun time. Any fluid, honestly. Get this one out of here. Good place. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna loosen the nuts off of both of them and just pull the knock sensors out with the harness, so we don't gotta fight the harness down there. And we'll do the same thing when we're putting it back in. We'll attach it to the new harness and then put them back down in there on the stud, so we don't gotta fight under this hose. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all see. That's the front. It's a 12 millimeter for the front knock sensor. Alright, let's see how we'll get to this rear. Well, I'll actually pull this one off. Right. Have a little more play with this wire. With this wire here. Okay. Hopefully y'all can see that. That was the front knock sensor, and it's still connected to the harness, so we'll leave that on there. Now we have more room to get this rear one off. I think we can get it. Take a little patience. Get it. Set that away. Maybe I could get it with a deep socket. We could get it with this deep 12. There's a little back in there. Yep, and we can. can. We will. For sure will. There you go. That one broken free. After you get it off a couple of threads, you can probably reach your hand down in there and unthread it with your fingers. I know one thing for sure. Mechanics that do work on cars every day, I know y'all got some strong fingers. I know y'all got some strong fingers. Make you build muscles in your fingers you don't even know. You don't even know about. Let me just get back the socket back in there. I think this should be good enough. It's not. Slow and steady. So what's up with y'all in the chat? How's y'all morning going? What y'all doing this morning? Y'all heading to work? Y'all chilling at home? Y'all eating some eggs? What y'all doing? Let me know. Okay, I think this one is out of here. Yup, got him, got him, got him. That's the rear knock sensor nut, another 12 mil. I used a deep socket. It got it out just fine. No hard work. Uncommon woman morning is slow motion and rainy. Dang. It said it was supposed to rain over here too, but it looks like it's holding off a little bit. But we might finish this car in the rain. A little rain don't hurt nobody, I think. All right, y'all. Hopefully y'all got a good view. I'm about to pull out both of the knock sensors with the harness. Okay. All right, and obviously you could tell all that antifreeze buildup, coolant buildup is what caused the knock sensor to fail. Nasty work. For sure, nasty work. So this is the back one, and this is the front. Y'all won't forget, because the back on the harness is the shorter end of the harness. The one that goes towards the front is longer. The harness is a little bit longer. So just route them accordingly. The longer goes to the front, shorter end of the harness goes to the back. Both of the knock sensors are the same exact sensor, so they're fitting either or. But yeah, short in the back, long in the front, and you won't forget. You will not forget. All right, so if y'all could follow my finger, that's the knock sensor harness, and it goes right here, and it connects to another harness. So I'll get that out. Maybe I should change the angle for y'all. Oh. Hold up, let me not zoom in. Let me just show y'all real quick, because it is a little difficult to... Sorry. I'm doing my best. All right. So the knock sensor harness is this gray one right here. So you want to take off the front end. Y'all can see it better. You want to take off this front end, and this end will stay here to connect the new harness into. So we're going to disconnect it right here. It looks like it has a plastic ring to hold it steady against this these wires right here. So we'll get this off, and then we already got this off, which I've showed y'all. So the longer end of the harness goes towards the front, which is that stud right down in there. All right. The shorter end of the harness goes towards the back, which is harder to see, but that stud right there, they just slide on like this and bolt on. That's it. So we'll get this end of the harness off, and we'll go from there. From there. Okay, we already got 21 likes in here. Appreciate y'all hitting that like button. Now let's see what we have to do to get this off. Might need my flathead. Right. Let's see what we can do. I think that works just fine. I'm holding clip end of the harness while prying up against it. And let me show you all a close-up, because that was pretty easy, honestly. It already came out. So let me show you all the close-up. Right there. So I pushed in on this back end right here. You push in, and I took a flathead. I took this flathead and just pried it, pushed it up, got it disconnected, and now this should just come right out. Just be careful with these wires. It might be a little tight. There you go. Got that end of the harness disconnected. Try to get this out the way. Careful with the wires. Don't want to break any wires. Okay, now I believe we got to slide this up and out of here, out of this bracket, and then this whole harness will be free. Let's see how hard that is. Put y'all back on the tripod. See, I don't want to break this. view. Okay, I think I see it. Let me get a smaller flathead. Somebody try to call me? Hold up, y'all. Somebody did try to call me, but I don't know who that is. All right, old, trusty, dusty pick. I'm about to get it in there, see if we could get this harness off. That just would be so much extra steps. Shouldn't be. Really hard to. All right, this harness might be an issue because I don't want to break what it's connected to. I think I see. Back. What's up, Raw? What's going on? Gonna drop this fuel rail back down this one now. So we have some space to get more space to get to the sensor. Okay, this is a little better. Now. No dice. Shoot. Okay, we got it. Nice. So I pushed the pin or the pick in and pry it up. There's a tab that was locking it down in there. I'll pull it out and show y'all. Okay. So let's get this back on up here. Very careful. We'll pull this harness out. And all good. Same old. Alright, y'all. Here's the whole assembly. So that pick I was telling you, this was stuck in there. So I pried the pick in there. Or was it on which end? On this end. Pried up and pulled out. There's the old knock sensors. Like I said, the shorter one goes towards the back end of the motor. Longer piece of the harness goes towards the front. And this whole thing is getting replaced. That knock sensor. Main part of the job. That's why we had to take out all this stuff just to get to this. Now, as we say, get out of here. Don't need that no more. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. And we'll put y'all back right here. Hopefully that looks okay. Zoomed in a little bit. All right, y'all be able to see. Let me grab the new knock sensors and change my gloves and the new harness, and I'll be back. Appreciate y'all tuning in. For those of y'all that just came into the live stream, we're doing a knock sensor job on a 2005 Lexus RX 330. For any Lexus or Toyota that has that motor, it's the same job you'll be doing. Same amount of stress and back braking. Just about the same amount. All right, y'all. This is what I'm using, at least. If you want to get the OEM, get the OEM. This is the Dorman new harness for the knock sensors. Brand new. Might be refurbished, who knows? Says it's brand new. That's the sensor, and we're gonna get the harnesses. Joe G98. Okay, 1998. Shout out to 1998. Year of the Kings. What's up, Joe? How you doing? All right, and these are, I got two of these, by the way. These are the knock sensors, 2 knock sensors. That's the part number right there. A quest to inspire. Do they think people care about all this, or they just care if the part work or not? Talking about a quest to inspire me. Is that Michael Buckert? What's going on? How you doing? I know it looks like we're in the middle of whatever this looks like, but I assure you, we're doing something here, getting some stuff done. All right, give me 1 second, chat. I'll be back. Shout out to everybody that did say hi in the chat. Shout out to Uncommon Woman. Always keeping it up in the chat, keeping the good vibes. Shout out to Rah 8 Games. That's my boy. Shout out to NXN and Sweet X something soaps. Okay, but what is a knock sensor? Michael Bucker, you got me on that one. You got me on that one, Michael. Hey, what's up, Steffi? Hey, I seen a little clap and seal. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, a little wounded up clap and seal. What's going on? Steffi, actually, I did the same job on the person that just sent the clap and seal on her car. It's like the same exact thing. She has a Lexus also. Shout out to Stephanie Prasad with that clap and seal. Clap it up. Someone in the chat, look up exactly what a knock sensor does and comment what it does for Michael. I know it says engine detonation, blah, 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 but we got to replace this knock sensor, Michael. You know. Honestly, all it did was make the car lose a little power here and there, you know. Yeah, okay, MK1 Ultra. Shout out to MK1. Perfect definition right there. Don't get me mistaken. Thank you, MK1. All right, y'all. So this is the new harness right there from Dorman. You can see same exact design. This longer end will go towards the front, short end towards the rear. That's the last time I'm saying it, so y'all don't get annoyed. But just for those that are wondering, I might have missed it. Yeah. Got these brand new knock sensors, perfectly sealed like a bag of chips. Got the air still in it. That's how you know it's fresh. Knock sensor number 2. So let me read out MK1's Ultra, the definition of a knock sensor. Detects engine knock, also called detonation or pinging, the abnormal combustion that occurs when the air fuel mixture ignites prematurely or unevenly inside the cylinders. That's exactly what a knock sensor does. Good stuff. All right. Brand new knock sensor. Right. Okay, shout out to the chat. Y'all got 28 likes already. 130 gems. Okay. I appreciate you guys. No, I do be saying I'd much rather be building a shed. It is fun to put cars back together though. Pretty satisfying to know that all the work pays off. Because it's really not too hard. Just need a lot of patience. Easier with the right tools. If you don't got the right tools, you still get it done. And the explosions to fix it. Okay. MK1. Great information. Thank you for explaining it in terms that is understood better. All right, y'all, we're about to get back to it. Get it done. Put back on the doctor gloves. This probably ain't a doctor's glove. It's probably more of a nurse glove. Because on the doctors be like, well, that's probably the surgeons. I've seen short videos of the surgeons having them like put on like 3-4 pairs of gloves and seal their wrists, this and that. Shout out to them surgeons, man, saving lives. As you can see, I'm easily distracted. Easily. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna connect the knock sensors in right now. It should go, which way are we going? Should go just like this. Click. I'm gonna put them in now so I don't have to mess with it when I get them underneath there. Plug it into the harness. And then number 2. And you can see which way to, don't try to force them in. I know some people think strength is the answer. It has the grooves, and you could see where it's supposed to sit into. Shouldn't be forced, nothing forced, just nice and easy. Click, click, and we'll get this back in there. Okay. Whoa. Where can I put my hands? There This is fished right back underneath there. Coming up. Okay. Oh, and also on the new harness, they added this piece. I was just wondering myself, because the old harness didn't have this little connector. And they have a spot right here on it to push down so it'll hold it in place. So we'll get that pushed down in there after we get the new knock sensors installed. Okay. Actually, real quick, let me hit this with the vacuum one more time. I do still see some debris down inside of here, and I'll clean out around the knock sensor area. Alright, give it a quick wipe down. Can we get to this back one? We're gonna have to. Get all this debris out of there. Alright, that looks good. Let me just show y'all very quickly, those that are wondering what is going on. That's where the front knock sensor will mount. Move my hand. Let me get y'all. Right there to that stud. And then the rear one will mount to this stud right here. Get y'all back on the camera, on the tripod. Alright, back to the basics. Get these knock sensors back down in here. And make sure you run them behind, not in front, when you're pushing the wire harnesses down in there. Or else when you put on the lower intake, it'll crush this wire. Just a heads up. Right, we got the rear knock sensor in the position. Now, we just got to get this front one. Little finesse. All right, we're in there. We are in there. Now we're not in there. You want to get the sensors on there evenly. Shouldn't have to force it down in there. There we go. 1 and 2. All right, chat. Let me show y'all one more time, because this is what everybody came to see, I believe. So we got that knock sensor in there. 1. And then, can we show 2? Number 2, that's the rear one. And we'll just bolt them up. Bolt them up. And we'll start putting this engine, this motor back together. We got 30 likes. Appreciate y'all hitting that like button. Now, this is an area, if you do drop the nut, you could get it back, so I would still be cautious, but it's not the end of the world if you do drop one of the nuts. It is very hard placement with your fingers. As I said that I dropped one. You know, I got my flashlight / magnet. Try to get it back real quick. I think I got it. Oh, no, I didn't get it. Where is it? Oh, I see. Try and get this thing. There you go. All right. Attempt number 2. Y'all ever played the world's hardest game? This is the sequel. This is the sequel. Okay, we got the first one hand tightened. Try to get the second one on there. It's a little bit deeper in there. Might be a little trickier. But we got it. Yep, got it. Got it. Okay. We'll tighten these down. Tighten both of those down now. The back end, I use the deep socket, deep 12. Use the same thing to put it back on. It reaches perfect, very perfectly. Get the front one tightened up and use some caution. When it's tight, it's tight. All right, no need to put crazy force into it. I'm sure it has a torque spec, but you know, just get it get it tight. You can really feel out most of the torque specs. Where it'll matter, where I do have the actual specs for, is to put on the lower intake with all those bolts and the upper intake, just so these gaskets seal properly and they have a certain pattern of the bolting to tighten. Woken Raw, okay. Shout out to Woken Raw. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, bro. The aftermath. Very clean hands today. All right, so we got that on. Next, we will seal this back up. We'll get the bolts back in there, get the motor mount back on. This is actually a perfect angle for that. So we'll do all of this right here. Just give me 1 second. Let me grab some agua, some water. All right, I'm back. Got a nice cool bottle of water. Rehydration. I actually do. I'm gonna run back the end of the harness and connect it too before I do this. Yeah, it's really just putting everything back together now. Woken Raw. You working today, Raw? Back on my doctor's gloves. That's a shot. Get this clipped on right in here. And that's perfect. connected one. Got that. And then connect the harness back on this end. So you hear that click, we're good to go. Good to go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, got me in this zone. Oh, all right. No problem. Get that work done. All right, yo, now we can drop this back down. Just be careful with all the connectors, harnesses. Drop that right back down on there. And we'll get it bolted up. One connector right there. We'll get this bolted back up. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, this was the hardware for this piece. I believe the shorter one went to the front, longer went to the back. We'll see. We'll verify it right now. And these two nuts and washers, one went in the very front and one went in the very back. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so verified longer bolt went in the back and went down with no problem. It didn't stop. Shorter, and these are T40 bolts. Shorter will go in the front here. We'll get that done with the T40. And then the nuts and the washers. We'll put the washer on first. Nut right on it. This front washer on. All right, and we'll tighten everything up. And the nuts on here are 12 millimeter. We'll just get it hand tight for now. Just get it down in there. will tighten the two T40s, T-bit, T-sockets are like that. Basically like a star. We'll get these two tightened down. If y'all work on vehicles and don't have a flex head, I mean, and I know I didn't have one for a long time, these really do come in handy. You know, you could reach into a lot more awkward places, get a lot more leverage. Pretty great. We're just gonna tighten these down in the middle and then tighten the two ends. Alright. Get the ends a bit better tightened. There you go. You don't want to over tighten these, you tighten them just enough. Alright, double check the back. Yep. And double check these T40s. Make sure they don't have to go in more. Okay. One more time. There we go. There we go. Yep. It's all good. Line a little back. Actually, let's not before all the coolant flies out. All right, y'all. We'll put this on after. We'll put the intake back on after. But we'll put all this back together so we know we're not missing anything. Because a couple grounds do go connect to the motor mount bracket and stuff. So that's what we're going to do right now. Motor mount brackets, I have to just put the bolts back in there so we don't misplace them. There they go right there. Then one right in the middle. And they're all 14 millimeter size. Bracket, it'll go just like this. The motor mount itself will sit right in the middle here. Let's see if we could get it back in pretty easily. Okay, not bad, not bad. And you know, I did this on my members only stream. I did the part 2 of the stream yesterday on my members only, so not a lot of people got to see it. But for a motor mount, just to change a motor mount like this, the shop will charge you like $200-300. And it took me about, because all it is to change this mount, you just take out this one extra bolt. But it only took me like 2 or 3 minutes, like literally. Why they charging so much? got 1 bolt, 2 bolt, and they're all 14s. And then this one. Go right back through. And the other end has a threaded end on the bracket, so that's where this bolt threads into. And then we do got the top bolt of the bracket to the coolant. Let me get this one down in there. Okay. And these, we'll hit it with the impact, and then get it with the ratchet after. $33 likes. Thank y'all for hitting that like button. Greatly appreciated. I'm glad you guys enjoy the content. There's 14 right here. We'll tighten that up all the way after. All right, get this impact down on there. Got that. And these bolts were very hard. I just got it at a setting. It's not gonna put it down too hard, but I had to put this Milwaukee at setting number 3 to back these bolts out. So whoever knows how powerful this impact is, it's kind of crazy, but I guess you do need all that extra torque on a motor mount. All right, so we'll get these as tight as we can, hand tight. There you go. You don't want to break these bolts either. You don't want to break any bolt, actually. So don't go Incredible Hulk mode on it, on the bolts. Should actually follow the torque spec on every bolt. Got those 3 tightened down. That won't go nowhere. And we'll tighten down this 12mm right there. Okay, good to go. Good to go. Now, we'll get that lower intake back down in there. When you're putting this lower intake back down, I got all the bolts still in mine, so I don't have to guess which went where. There are 2 nuts. I'll take them off so they don't fall off. But and you can see the studs. This is gonna be one of the nuts, and back here, all the way back here. But try to get all your harnesses and everything out the way. All these extra wires, you know, so you don't have any trouble. But before I forget, we do gotta connect back those 3 ignition. Where's that? Oh no, we don't have to do that right now. Okay, those are for the fuel rails, the fuel injectors actually, so don't mind that. So we're gonna take these paper towels out of here, because that would be bad if we don't, and vacuum out these ports a little bit more and get that lower intake back on. All right. All right, good to go. Good to go. I gotta find something else to put under the camera. 1 second. That didn't change the view, did it? Okay, let me fix this. Still see right there? Yeah, y'all can still see. Or maybe not. Hold up. There you go, the school bus. This is probably a more better view, because y'all seen all the details over there already. It's probably a more better view. Let me know in the chat if this is a good enough view for y'all. I could tilt it down a little more. I don't know if y'all want to see the battery and all that. All right. Right, y'all. This big beast. And actually, before I'll replace the gasket on this too, but also let me show y'all. So this one, if you don't remove the throttle body, this bolt behind, and I'll show you where it mounts to. Well, actually, I can show you right now. I think y'all can see. So this one goes to the back of that bracket right there in that arm. All right, this one goes to that arm on that bracket. And you got to get to it from the back. And that one goes on the throttle body. This one is very hard. Took me like an hour just because I didn't want to mess with the throttle body. Took me like an hour to get this one out. It'll be easier to put back in, but just know that these are the 3 locations of the rear bolts of this intake and throttle body when you're putting it back on or taking it off. If you're wondering, like if you're trying to take it off and you're like, oh, what did I miss? It's only these 3 bolts in the back. All right. But as we're here, let's see. Maybe that's good. I don't want to put it on any of the hoses. Let's back up the camera a little bit. Okay. We're going to replace this gasket also right here. Doesn't seem too bad. This thing. And if you need to, leave it right there just how you took it out so you can put the old one in the same way. All right. We have the new one, and it goes, oh, I thought I was tripping. Okay, see, good thing you keep the orientation. That's how it goes. You could tell by this middle connection link. We'll get it right back down in there. Get it done, get it done. Go little by little, piece by piece. Just make sure the whole gasket is fully seated. And everything lines up properly. Now, if you do a knock sensor job and you don't replace these gaskets, I don't see why you wouldn't. I mean, besides the money. But you'll most likely have a leak somewhere if you reuse those 2 gaskets, those gaskets, and this gasket. So you should replace it. It'll just save you your effort and time. Right, and we'll get this right back down in there. It's fully seated. This is how we got it. Well, I'm tripping. Actually, this will go on next. Skip the whole step. But y'all seen how the gasket goes on that. Now we'll put the lower intake, the harder part of the job, back on here. All right, this is the lower portion of the intake right here. As you see, I left these bolts in their places because they are different lengths, and I don't want to fully flip it But if you can see underneath, we'll need to wipe that down where it sits on the gaskets. So give me 1 second and let me wipe that down. All right, I got the underneath wiped down, and we'll set that back on there. Okay. So how I'll do it, I'll use the 2 studs that the nuts go on and try to line it up like that. Get it down there. Get it, all the bolts down in there. Just be mindful of the wires, all the extra wires in the way. Got that in there. Okay. I think we're in there. Yep. We are in there. Good stuff, good stuff. To get y'all a better angle. We're definitely in there. $37 likes. Thank y'all so much for hitting that like button. Just a guy working on the car. Really nothing special. So this, I will have to pause the stream while you see me doing this, because I will follow the torque spec and how much the bolts are supposed to be torqued to. They're all T40s except 2 washers or 2 nuts. Excuse that. So we'll put the 2 nuts on first. Sorry if I didn't show y'all. 2 nuts, 2 washers. You'll see the only 2 studs sticking out of the bottom of that intake. That's where you want to put them. One is right on the very front right. They have a stud, 1 stud. Just get that hand tight. And one is on the middle rear a little stud to the right. That's the second stud. Get that one hand tight. All right, and now we'll get all the other ones hand tight, all the T40s, all the way around, and then we'll follow that torque sequence. Change out one. Okay, like number 38. Reveal yourself. Who was like number 38? I watched it go up. Thank you for that like. All right, we're gonna hand tighten all of those T40s. This is the T40. And if the bolts aren't going in smoothly, it's not set properly. It shouldn't take a ratchet force to hand tighten it. No. Any job you do, take your time. There's no rush. Someone's rushing you, tell them to calm down. Okay. Got all those bolts hand tightened. Jeff Williams, not rebuilding the engine. I just had to take out this much of the motor to replace 2 knock sensors and a knock sensor wire harness on this Lexus. Donovan, diaphragm. What is it? Donovan. I swear I've seen that comment before. Needs 30 inch-pounds. Is 30 inch-pounds 11 foot-pounds? Let me see how accurate Donovan is. I'm pretty sure. I have an inch-pounds torque wrench, but okay. I'll pause for 1 second. I have a diagram that I'll write out on a piece of paper just to know the sequence and everything. clean up this little area so nothing falls. Shout out to Donovan. The beeping. All right, y'all. Pause this real quick. I'm back. Everybody probably came out the chat, but I'm back. It's actually, hold on. Let me write 132 foot-pounds. And I have the sequence. All right. See if I can get y'all a better angle. Y'all like the good angles. And that's shining. There you go. What's going on, Uncommon Woman? What's happening? £132 Donovan, you were misleading me, Donovan. Got my inch-pound torque wrench. Shout out to Icon. They great tools. So 132 inch-pounds is what we need. Y'all can see if y'all never use a torque wrench, you pull that down and twist. And the numbers, if I can get it to focus. I don't know if I can get it to foot. The numbers that you see right there with those lines up here, that's what tells you how much it is. So we want it at 132 foot-pound, or inch-pound, sorry. So we keep scrolling. At 140, we should be at 130 right there. 131, 132. Okay. Now we'll get this all torqued up. Somewhere. We'll find it when we need it. But we're gonna start with the T40 and number one. Number one is right here. I feel like I need to give y'all a better view because y'all can't even see the torque pattern. Let me try to put y'all inside the motor. Shorten this tripod a little bit. Let's try. Don't hurt to try, right? Can't hurt to try. Hey, okay. It's perfect, actually. Much more better. Okay. Oh, hopefully the camera don't fall over. All right, let me go through the torque sequence with everybody who is doing this job or will. Oh. All right, my bad. Let me try to get this so it won't fall. Okay, I don't think it'll fall. All right, so we go through this torque sequence. Everybody that does want to know, and then we'll torque them. All right, so the sequence is, this is number one, right? This is number one. This nut is number two. T40 is number three. Then way back, right where my finger is, let me try to get this tripod out of here real quick. Way back, right down here is number four. All right, and let me put the tripod back one more time. Okay, so wait, this one is number four. Sorry about that. This is five. This is six. 7. 8. Back here. 9. Right here. 10. This one right here. And the last one, 11, is the other nut, the other 12 mil nut. Right? If y'all forget, just rewind whenever I post this. That's that. Nothing more to it. Start torquing it up. start with number 1 here. And we will go back over a second time after they are torqued. And we're torquing them to 132 inch-pounds. And that click there, that's when you know it's fully torqued. That was number 1. Number 2, let me get my 12 mil. If I could find it. Okay, got the 12. 12 mil. Set this right here. You don't lose it. So number 2 is the first. Number 2 is that nut right there. Again, everything is 132 inch-pounds. All right. Right. Number 3, back down this way. Make sure it's straight on there. Number 3. Number 4 is the one that y'all can't see, but I showed y'all on the camera right back here. Or number 4. Sorry if I messed that up. Number 4 was the one I just did. Number 5. Number 5 is right here. There you go. 5. Torque it one more. Yep. Number 5. Number 6. Number 6 is right here. That's 30. There you go. It's number 6. Number 7. This one right here. There's number 7. Number 8 is all the way very in the back left. Number 8, number 9. Where's number 9? Number 9 is this one right here. There you go. Number 10 right here. go. 10 and 11 is the second nut, which is right here. Second nut, which is a 12 mil. Get that tightened up. There we go. There we go. Right, and we will torque these bolts in the rear as well. Right, now we'll go over everything in the same pattern one more time. You should always do that, I feel so. There you go. See, I got a little more of a turn. That's 1, 2 is the other nut, so we'll get that out. This is number 2. Now we got the T40 back on for number 3. Number 3 is right here. Number 3. Number 4 back here. Number 5 is here. Okay. 6 is right here. 7 right here. 7, 8. I think we'll go over it one more time because some of the bolts did have to go down more. There you go. 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, and the last one, 11, is that other 12 mil nut. All right. I know y'all probably like, what is this pattern? I don't know either, but that's how we're supposed to do it. All right, I'm gonna go over just to be safe one more time, so I know everything is good. There you go. 1, 2. Yep. 3. 3. 6. It should be right here. 6, 7. 8. Way very back. 8, 9, 10. And 11. Yup. Good to go. I seen love dance before, but I never seen a dance like this. I seen love dance before. Real bad man, where people dance. We take dancing to our higher ranks. We spend time and we spend francs. On the river. I don't know what happened to the stream right there. Oh, somebody's trying to leave me a voice. That's what it be. The stream freezes when I should put it on do not disturb. That's what it is. Probably thinks I'm on the phone. And I'm not on the phone. There we go. I think we back live. On the river. On the bank. But y'all seeing us torque up this that lower piece of the manifold. After, we're gonna take them fuel rails, drop it right back down in there, the injectors. Well, after we'll attach that hose back right there. And then put the fuel injectors back in place. Okay, good to go. Well, not good to go yet. Now good to go. Let me put some gloves back on. Anytime they see me come around, don't take my name for gone. It's going to be gone. Take my phone, it does. Anytime you see me come around. I'm still loving. Come on, that's not okay. Love. Okay, we're gonna get this coolant hose right back into the bottom unit. Let's be careful. This is the hose I actually cut my finger on the clamp yesterday. My arch nemesis. Come on. You can do it. All right, got that hose back on. Let me give y'all a peek. That hose right there. I'm about to slide the clamp back on. I'm a dirty love. I'm still with you. What is not their fault, don't get upset because they can't touch me intellect. They can't even bounce a check. One of y'all in the chat know the song Welcome to Jamra. The song's fire. Welcome to Jamra. Come where the thugs them came back to bring up to my bottom back. Yeah, I'm bad, you're not something in my back. Smell good, some wine and all this. Only come out like tourists on the beach with a few cups of this. Bedtime stories, and pose like a ninja. Bear tough things come at you when trench town monster laugh and block off traffic. My mistake, we forgot one ground. I'm about to unloosen this bolt over here and put that ground back in. It is a 12. It's a 12. And that's why enough little you took up some fat topic. You need a cha magazine in them back pocket. I'ma fill you up current like a shock socket. And from now till I'm on, welcome to Jamra. Do. Welcome to Jamra. Out in the streets, they drove. Jamaica, Jamaica. Enough people, some fat magic. Okay. It's always good to double check your wires and everything before you put other parts back together. And what we'll do, we'll clean off this top surface and put this ground back on, and then make sure everything else is how it's supposed to be before we put these fuel rails back on. Welcome to Jamaica. East side, that side. Out in the street, they call it Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica. Oh, John Q. Public. That made me laugh. The Flintstone Mobile. You gotta wear some Timbs or something and get better traction. Oh, funny, funny. And this ground that I'm putting back in, it's a 10 millimeter. Let me find my 10. I got my 10, okay. All right, got that ground all tightened up. If y'all think I'm moving too slow in the chat, I'm gonna keep moving slow so I don't miss anything. All right. Now, let me double check everything. These 3 wires, we got a ground. We do got one ground. Where does that go to? We are about to see. Where did that ground go to? We have a ground wire. Let me figure out where it goes to. Okay, I know where it goes to. I know where it goes to. Yeah. All right, y'all, time to put back on the upper intake. Got the new gasket on it. Top of it. Let's see how easily. Oh, I got ahead of myself again. Let's see who looks out of this. Y'all in the chat, man. You guys are funny. Real funny. I will clean off the bottom of these injectors real quick. Just real quick. Make sure all that dirt and debris isn't in there. So that we can spray properly. Okay. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. If y'all need a laugh, hit up John. John got you. This down in here. Okay. All the injectors should just sit nice into the hole, into their spots. Oh, I forgot to do something actually. I did put a bolt down here. Let me grab that bolt real quick for this bracket. Oh no, I dropped it. I shall retrieve it momentarily. Injectors in there. Turn straight forward. And let me get my magnet to get that bolt I dropped. Wherever it is. There you go. Trusty flashlight magnet. That's the bolt for the fuel rail bracket. Once in here is great. Except for Teslas. Yeah, them Teslas, man. Out here with those Teslas. Okay. And that will be another 12 mil. All right. Now, start these bolts down here. Man, nobody in the chat told me. I gotta take this back out. My bad, y'all. I gotta put those bushings back in. I was wondering why it looked like that. I got this back out. Keep that right there. That's the proper name. Oh, I gotta plug my phone charger in. So these go in between the bolt. Let me show y'all real quick. Better now than, yeah, sure, right. So these go when you set the fuel down in between here. In between these four bolts. I'm over here working like a maniac. Hey, who in the chat used to watch Boomerang? Shout out to Boomerang. All those great shows. Boomerang. That Boomerang used to show Cat Dog, right? Cat Dog. What else it used to show? Set this right here for now. Right, now we're in there. The Boomerang used to show Dexter's Laboratory. Or was that Cartoon Network? Had all the good shows, Johnny Bravo. Everything. All right, now we're good. We could put that mountain bolt for the bracket back on. Let's get that back over there. Okay. Let me plug my charger in. All right, just got my phone charger. I've never seen Boomerang, more of a Johnny Quest kind of guy. Johnny Quest. I remember Johnny Quest. That's a little newer than Boomerang. What? Y'all never seen Boomerang? What? So y'all never seen like a Cat Dog or what's the other shows they used to show on there? I think. I'll think of them. Think of them. It had yeah, Scooby-Doo. Oh yeah. Nah, man, Boomerang is funny. Go watch those old shows if John. How old is John? Let's guess how old John is. If the chat's still working. Sorry if it's not. Trying to restart it. I know so it's probably reloading. Maybe it's good now. We back. Yeah, we back. Yeah, Uncommon Woman. What is film noir? If that's the correct pronunciation. While we watch this traffic. Dang, did y'all in the chat ever see what is the 9 whatever, the Reagan TV show about Reagan? It's only like one season. That's a great show. Wholesome TV shows and movies. Okay. What? And put the chat on to some good old time movies. And John said Roadrunner Mighty Mouse. Okay. The Smurfs. Yeah, Michael, the Smurfs. If that's what you was trying to say. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to the 90s babies. We rock. YouTube TV. I got YouTube TV. Okay. I'll look on there. Just saw the film Slam Man. George C. Scott. Excellent. Okay, we'll check out that film. Slam Man. Y'all gonna put me on to some good stuff. Right, we got 47 likes in the chat. Appreciate y'all hitting that like button. Hey. Okay, John's a living legend though here. Oh, the 1890s. So you would be 136 years old, John. Max. Let me know your secret, John. I'm trying to unlock it. In other words, John is an old soul. ICC. What is ICC? Ick. definitely be done today with this job. You know. My bad, chat. I had to mute that. Didn't want to get copyrighted. Whatever kids do, I do. I eat lots of candy. Okay. Gotta start eating some candy. Live long like John. Look, John gonna be, that's why his name is 2949. He's gonna make it until the year 2949. Maybe even longer. So who in the chat? Who in the chat has an opinion when the aliens will touch down? Or are the aliens already here? Let's hear it in the chat. Let's hear what y'all got to say, these conspiracies. Or are we the aliens? Before your shift? When you gotta work? You gotta work at 1 or 2? Candy. Oh, 3. Okay. I should be done by 3. Don't eat, or around 3. Don't eat those dumb ones out there. Eat plenty of Smarties. True. They've always been here. Yes. Now we getting somewhere. Smarties, I'm not gonna lie. I don't eat a lot of like candies. I probably eat more like muffins, baked things. But Smarties are very good. Can't lie. It's like when you eat them, it's like it cools down when you crunch on it. Like it cools down your mouth or something. And it got all that flavor. Smarties are delicious. We're gonna record NXN when she drives by then. Hey! Hey! All right, back to work. Back to work. We are the aliens to the Martians. John, very true. Very true. M&M's, Payday, Snickers, dark chocolate, covered nuts. Very good choices. Very good choices. Mr. Goodbar. Mr. Goodbar is good too. All right, I gotta focus back, y'all, before I forget something. back to work. Let's see. All right, yo. We're gonna reconnect all the harnesses to the fuel injectors. Just make sure you hear that click. If not, check your harness. Make sure it isn't broken. Click, click, click. Oh. Then we got the ones in the back. They were mounted to these two studs too, just to hold the wire harness in place. So we'll get them back down on that, and then snap them in. 1, got 2, 3. All right, now we're gonna tighten these 4 bolts. They're 10mm to hold the fuel rails down. We got it right here. Right. Got the fuel rail back on there. Is the camera dirty? Make sure y'all can see properly. Should be able to. Hey, there we go. It's a little better zoomed in. Get this clamp back on here. If we can, be careful. Very careful. Something like that. Okay. Disconnected. These will connect. This wire, good. Just double checking all the wires right now. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Alright. And now, finally, we can work on this thing. I'm just gonna Alright, we're gonna put this intake right back on. Sound back, thank you. Appreciate that. Right, let's get this intake and throttle body back on. Just be careful when you're putting it down. I believe that left end goes on first in one of the holes, and then you could get the right end in underneath. Just be careful. Careful of everything in the way. Make sure your gasket doesn't fall out either underneath. That would be a bad time. Very bad. Let's see what's in there. A little tricky. A little tricky. Okay, we got that end in. Now we'll get this other end in, hopefully. Right. There we have it. Dropped right back in there. A little bit of persuasion. Get y'all a little close like there. Who is that? Gerard. What's going on? No problem, engine. Ain't no problem. No problem. All right, so this ground. All right, let me actually get this bracket. So this bracket will go right back, right on top of here. And the ground will be right here. Because we had one ground, which was right there sticking out. That will go underneath this nut right here. Okay. Got that back in there, that bracket. And we'll get all the bolts sent down in there, hand tight. So the upper manifold got these 4 T40s and 2 12 nuts. Okay. Actually, they're not T40s. Those are that hexagon looking socket. Yeah. John, I sure will, John. You seen the same thing I seen for real. John with the hawk eyes, the eagle eye. So you know I got something better. Got this. much more better. Much more better. Just like that. All right, y'all. I'm not gonna move this hose around much, because as I said in the first stream, this hose is very brittle. It's really hard, so I don't want to crack it. But these bolts right here, they're all a 5/16. You can read that. This hexagon socket, 5/16. So we'll just get it hand tight for now. Then we'll torque it to the spec. We're on 8,500 horsepower 12-volt engine. Dang. Okay, John. Dang. I got a boat motor. I just replaced the water pump not too long ago on my motor. But John, if you know about boats, help me out a little bit. I feel like boat motors are like, I guess the overall is like the same. Like as a car. But let me get my ratchet. But everything is like smaller, more compact, tighter spaces. You know what I mean? Alright, y'all, let's just get those bolts sent down. Just sent down enough before we torque them. Make things easier. All right, and then the two nuts on either end are 12s. So we mainly work with only T40s, this 5/16 socket, 12s and 10s on this whole car. 12s, 10s, and 14s. Really nothing more. It's kind of nice. Actually, that might be a 14. My bad, yo. John. Oh, John is a funny guy. I'm glad I got some comical people in here. Makes the job go by better. I'm about to pause real quick. Sorry for the interruption, but I gotta check the torque specs on this upper intake. All right. All right, y'all, I'm back. Didn't get a very specific torque, but it's gonna be around 260 inch-pounds, 21, 22 foot-pounds. We'll get it done. What's going on? All right, we'll torque these all up and get started. We're just gonna go in like a crisscross kind of pattern. Nothing too much. Nothing too difficult, I should say. This is get this far end, which is a 14. It's not my 14. Oh, this is my 12. This is my 14. So I'm mad. I'm gonna do this 14. Then the other two. Alright, go back around one more time. Everything should be the same. If I could get this socket off. See back in the chat. What's going on in this chat? Yeah, John, I just seen about your the water pump. I just replaced the water pump, and I think that is what happened. A whole bunch of debris. Okay. Y'all getting it on in the chat. You guys are funny. It's all good. I ain't seen nothing. All right, I'm gonna tighten it a little bit more with the bigger ratchet, just because I'm a little bit short on the torque spec, at least on my inch-pounds ratchet. Appreciate y'all hitting that like button. Thank you. And the 14s. Okay. That should be that. Got the top, we got the front, all the bolts in on the front. This might take a little minute, but I'm gonna get those 3 bolts I showed y'all earlier back into the back end. I'll start with the hard one. Why not? If I had another one, I have a GoPro, but I don't have it with me. Y'all want to see the traffic? I mean, I can get you all an angle where you can see both the car and the traffic. Let me see. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. You don't want to see them ambulances go by. All right, how about that? Is that good? Because this might take me a while, and y'all know the bolts I'm about to put on. So let me know if this is good. Maybe more like so. Oh. I may block the traffic a little bit. I apologize. And I dropped it, but luckily I do see it. Got him. Got him. Attempt number 2. Okay. I will show y'all the intersection real quick. But yeah, I'll think for the future because I work on cars right here. This is the intersection. Right there. And it's usually very busy. But it's only about to be 1 o'clock. Everybody's probably working or at lunch. You know, doing what they do. Kids is in school. Next time, I'll do the intersection too. Next time. Let's get this job done. Okay, thank you. So I'm getting, this was the very hard bolt to take out. I think I could get it back in there pretty easy. If I could thread it in with my fingers. Out there soon. I'll look for you around 1:30. No, around 2:30. Number 2. I cannot drop this bolt. Drop the bolt. It's over. Let me get this first bolt back in. I get this first bolt back in and line everything up. Line everything up for us. I think I can do it. I gotta go up from the front though. From the front. Javier, what's going on? About to see me rage. me put on another glove. I'm going out here with one glove. If I drop this bolt, y'all will know. This is the bolt. Okay. I did not drop the bolt. Yeah, the magnet be saving me. I got it in there, so it should be pretty easy from here. We're gonna get it in with this 12. We're almost done here. Really are almost done. I think now I can come in from the back. Hopefully. Right. Got that one side on. I'm gonna get the one behind the actual intake, the one all the way to the left here, back on, and then that one that's really hard to get to, it should be perfectly lined up and be easy to go back in. So let me try to get this one back here. Another challenge, but not quite as bad. Yep. Talk too soon. I think I got it. it is in there. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. We'll get this hard one now. Harder one. Hopefully. Oh. All right, we're gonna take our time on this one. It's going in though. It's going in. 54 likes. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate them likes. We're trying to get 100 likes today. It might not happen though, but it's all good. It's all good. How y'all doing in the chat? It's nice outside. Gotta go outside. Break number 2. I feel the muscle fibers burning. I think we're about halfway in there with that bolt back there. The other YouTube videos I seen said most people don't put back those 2 bolts, but we have to. We must, before the engine falls out. Must. Got it. All right. Why am I at 20%? I'm charging. We got those 2 rear bracket bolts, but one behind the throttle body. We got that one on 12 millimeter. one on the very right back end of the upper intake. That's another 12. And we hand threaded the 14 on the left rear end of the intake on that bracket. So we'll get a wrench back there and tighten that up. If I can find my wrench. Hey, I found one of my ratcheting wrenches. This will work amazing. And it's a flex head. This will do the job. It has to. Get the job done really easy. Okay, almost got it. See if I could just reach up here. All right, tighten it up just a little more. Okay. All right, y'all. 55 likes. That's what's up. Got 12 of y'all in here. Yeah, I know it's not that fun watching the still frame of an engine. But all right, so all three of those bolts behind are back in. What we'll do now is put back on this top section here. I'll bring you this whole bunch of hoses and stuff that'll mount right back on there. And it will mount on these two nuts right here. So we'll take these nuts off. Got those two nuts off. They're two 10 mils. Then we'll bring this right back on over. This is the piece. We didn't want to disconnect any of these hoses because they'll crack. We already know. So be very careful putting it back on too. Use some caution. And you could also connect this wire harness back before we mount it down, just so you don't have to bend it as much. And I will do that right now. Sure you hear that click. Like that. We'll get all these hoses back where they need to go. Well, there's only a couple. This one right here goes right back here. I believe that's the EGR on this vehicle. Just leave it right there. Got that in. We got this longer one. Went right back up to the top of the intake right here. And we got this real brittle line. The line that I didn't want to mess with, we'll push it straight back into the side of that. Please like and subscribe. Thank you very much, Uncommon Woman. Hit that like button, that subscribe button. Don't break the hose. Break the hose. Very bad time. There we go. And we'll put these two 10 mil nuts back on either side. Now that we got everything connected. Magnet again. It's running away from me. Sure did. Tighten these down. Okay. There we go. Let me pull this hose out just a little bit. get back this one. There we go. Okay. Make sure we got all this back connected. One sensor, this. These lines are still good. This line's connected, this line. We do have another hose that I showed you all in the first live. We'll get that back on there right now. I should have put it back on while I put the intake on, but sorry about that. The hose is in pretty good shape. It's right at that silver tip right there. We gotta get that hose right back down on it. The hose is in pretty good shape. It's still bendable. I feel. Get that back right down on there. And get that clamp. The clamp you could get with your hand. It's like a little ring clamp. It's not really like a pressurized clamp. Well, I guess it is. That would be no point, but it's not too much pressure on it. So we got that in, and for all those, that is what I was going into. And let me take one more quick look around the motor before we go any further. Okay, we did miss one connector, which is right back here, but that just will go. This will mount right in here, and we'll snap this in. Click, 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 click. All right, this piece of the engine is done. All we need to do, well, we need to do a little bit more, but put that airbox back in. The filter, the airbox, I'm gonna vacuum it out because it is a little dirty in there. And yeah, get this dash, this front cover back on, attached to the windshield and the wipers. But before I do that top piece, I'm gonna add coolant and everything and make sure it starts, nothing's leaking, you know, make sure everything is right. We'll get a couple more of these hoses back on. You can get a fresh pair of gloves. Common woman, thank you. Thank you. 21 of y'all up in here. What's going on, chat? Y'all feel free to ask what's going on or anything. You know, if your knee's hurting, we want to hear about it. Altair Costa. What's going on? Gonna get this other hose back on here very gently. Very, very gently. There we go. Alright. Nice, calm, collected. Right, almost there. Needs a little persuasion. Nice, nice. Got that back on there. Vacuum all the leaves out. I sure will. I sure will. You think I would have vacuumed it out though if you didn't say that? That's the real question. This top hose will go. No, these go here. Need to connect that airbox first. These go to the airbox. Y'all in the chat, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. This quadruple checking. So there's a bolt here. Nice airbox. Okay, I know what that bolt is for. Now I know what that bolt is for. I just grabbed this airbox here. Now I see. How y'all doing in the chat? Let me know what state y'all are watching from or country. I would like to know. Y'all shout out your state/country. Let's see who's in the chat. I'm good to go on that. Get this airbox right back in here. I'm gonna give this filter a little vacuum, so it's all a little debris. It's not that dirty. front. Front. Tells you front. So we'll just set it down in there just like that. That's that. Some good lungs. All right, now we're ready for the why is that bolt loose? There's a bolt on the throttle body that I did not loosen. I know for a fact that I must tighten. Why is it loose? Got those on. I'm gonna connect the wire harness back to the throttle body. And we're almost finished. Got the airbox right here. Or maybe, hold up real quick. Maybe I did loosen that bolt because there's supposed to be a bracket right in there. Let's see. Yep. I did loosen that bolt. Silly me. Let me take it back out. Oh, where did I put my bracket? Oh. This nut. So this is the bracket that I was talking about. It connects the throttle body right back to the lower piece of the intake, or actually to the motor. But we'll get that back in there right now. trap. Alright, got that one in there. Then taking back the one to the motor. Alright. Now we can put the airbox on. Now we can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. We all can do it. Now I'll be very careful pushing this back in there. You don't want to crack it. Crack this whole piece. I've had to replace it on one before. Lexus before. Just want to ease it back up in there. Do a lot of twisting and turning. Take some time and do this. Don't want to crack it. Alright, so we're back in there. We'll set the airbox back into place. Hope. Okay, right there. Tighten back these 10 mils on the airbox. Get out of here. Out of here. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I almost fell. All right, we're gonna tighten that clamp back on to the throttle body and then get all these little lines, vacuum lines, back into the airbox here. And also reconnect your mass airflow sensor harness right back here. Don't forget about this line. We'll bring this line up and over and it'll reconnect to this green evap line to the brake booster. Or not to the brake booster, but this green line. It doesn't go to the brake booster. My mistake. Let me grab a Phillips screwdriver. Right. Tighten this clamp back down. You do want to get this clamp tight so we don't have no vacuum leaks. We'll cross our fingers we don't have no vacuum leaks after working up with all these hoses, all these old hoses. We tried our best not to take out the ones that were dry rotted, not to mess with them. Sometimes you don't know. Retighten all of these, even though we ain't mess with them, because you never know. You just never know. Yep. Should be one more. There we go. Okay, now put all these vacuum lines back on. Go from there. Now these two that's coming out here, the top one is marked with yellow, so you can't mix them up. Put the bottom one on, top one on, that yellow mark, and voila. And this one. Okay, and also we do have this. I know I was forgetting one hose, at least one. Put that right back up in there, if we can. If it wants to cooperate, we got that. We'll get the clamp back in here. This. All the way back up in there. This back hose. Way back up in there. That's the one that goes to the brake boost. Hector with the backwards R is going on. May need my little scope me out. Got it. Almost got it. Be very careful with these lines, as always. You know. Alright. Got that in there. Got tight. We'll get this clamp over now. And this hose fits right back in here. That clamp in, and then this clamp right here. All right. Double check again. Right. It's like a job well done. We are finished. I'm not gonna show you. I might show y'all if I have enough time. Me putting back the top up by the windshield and stuff and the wipers. But I'm gonna load this up with antifreeze, some coolant. And start it up. Check for leaks. And we'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. Well, put it like that. For y'all that didn't see in the beginning of the stream, this is the antifreeze this vehicle takes. Right here. Nice and red. Like Kool-Aid. Nice Kool-Aid. We got to get that steady pour. We have shaky fingers. Let's see if we can do it. Can we do it? Okay. Minimum spillage out the funnel. All right, we'll leave that top open, and when we start it, it should bleed itself, the coolant system. All the bubbles will come out of there. It should. And then we'll refill it as needed. Right now we're topped off. Let me clean that up real quick. All right. Take all the tools off of the car so nothing falls in. That back there. And I think we're good to go. Michelle, what's going on? Hey, buddy, start paying. What he said? Message retracted. Jacob. I don't want to put you in timeout because you took back your message. But what's going on, Jacob? All right, I'm gonna connect this battery and then we'll start it up. All right, let's start it up. See how we did, if we did it right. Okay, well, let's start it up. That's a good thing, right? I'm just checking, make sure ain't no coolant leaking out anywhere. Because if there is, then we got to see what to do. Motor sounds good. And we don't got no leaks. Good stuff, good stuff. Boom, shock the track. Things all good. Need to check the dash, see if any engine lights came on. Don't want no evap leaks on here. But I'm pretty sure we got 100% everything put back together. Except this top piece. That top piece, I'll put it on when I know for sure it's not leaking or it doesn't have any issues. I'll let the car warm up and we'll see. But yeah, for all y'all that did watch all the streams, shout out to y'all. We're not building no shed today, but doing some type of work. Thank y'all for hitting that like button too. I appreciate that. There's still no leaks. I'm gonna make sure it's at a good idle. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. We're idling perfect, no misfires, no engine light. Good stuff. Yeah, raw, it is a little toasty out here today. I don't know why I'm still in this sweatshirt, but I guess it ain't toasty enough. Where they got you, Raw? Where they got you working? Spotsy? Now wipers. Uncommon woman knows what's up. You a whole mechanic undercover, uncommon woman. I give it like 10. I give it like 10 minutes. Let everything fully warm up. I want to see the coolant gauge go to halfway. Make sure I don't have to add no more coolant and stuff. It was running a bit rough. Definitely was. One of the hoses underneath the throttle. One of the hoses underneath the throttle body, I did not connect, so antifreeze was leaking out. Very good catch, chat. So double checking. It might be a little difficult to get to it, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Okay. That's why we were knocking. Okay. I think I could get to that clamp actually. Woo! Scared me to. Thought I had to take the whole thing back apart. Right. Ooh, gave me a shock. It started up again. All right, y'all in the chat. I think I'm gonna end the live right here. Everything seems to be good, but I need to scan back the computer on this car, make sure we don't got any leaks or anything. It's idling fine. Sounds pretty good. No more leaks. No leaks. Okay, I appreciate y'all watching. I'm gonna have to do the wipers. Unless I do another short stream, I might just have to do the wipers off stream, because I do need my phone to scan these codes and everything. So shout out to all y'all that did watch the first stream and this stream. I appreciate it. This is really all I got to do is put a couple extra nuts and bolts on. Put this stuff back on. See, all these covers and everything will make the engine way more quieter. So, but yeah, good to go. Appreciate y'all watching, and peace. Thank y'all for hitting that like. Peace out. Thank you, Uncommon Woman.